А сейчас громко будет. Завтра на работу? Нет, я завтра на работу не пойду. Я сегодня ходил. Мне хватило. У меня фактически эта неделя была 7-дневка, потому что я в то воскресенье ходил. Это рабочая неделя, еще суббота. Я срать ебал. Ага. Так, может пошаребиться пока. Что дед скажет? Или скажет что-нибудь вообще?
Mon Dieu! You set it on fire! What kind of a policeman are you?
Как-то месяц без выходных работал, 2 года без отпусков. Я срать ебал такую работу. Огнеходец, я хожу среди огня.
That's nice. Better somehow. Can I help in any way?
Жаль, что Рене больше нет. Я хотел спросить его о ландышах.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like insulindian lilies.
Как на английском? Что конкретно? Огнеходец? Firewalker? Walk in the Flames. Или что ты хотел узнать? Поверь, он не любил австралийские лилии. Австралийские лилии?
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much.
Почему он их не любил?
There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the bells of revolution.
Колокольчики революции.
I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore. Yes? What about René?
Yeah.
He did. I just don't.
Ладно. Про Рене мне особо уже не надо знать. Я тут все купил?
You keep coming back. That's good.
If he really wants
Ну я, наверное, здесь реально все
the
вычислил.
speak, you should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with the
Давай,
Super
кроссовочки.
cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
Колонки? Динамики Самарийской Народной Республики. Ну давай.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
Не знаю, нахуй я это купил, но я могу.
The shine on
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish.
Давай.
good starter pair, officer. And when you're ready to upgrade, come back and see me. A man
это
who knows
давай.
his style. Much respect.
Much respect. Very much such respect. А отсылка к чему ты думал будет? Ты думал там Firestarter?
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
Ты называешь это политикой?
In its purest form. Now, what can I
Firewalk
do
with
for
me?
you?
Это этот, что ли? Линч?
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among the
Блядь.
salted floor and table
Интересно, а
lamps.
можно здесь реально купить фонарь за 700? В игре нет... В игре 700 рублей не накопишь, мне кажется, никак. Сделать стену еще прекраснее. Это я могу.
The scruffy-haired little boy.
Ну, здесь, наверное, никакого толка нет.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep
Меня
high.
ранили.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, but though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
Похоже, вы оказались правы, вооруженные люди таки пришли за мной.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready.
Я только сейчас заметил то, что у меня висит медалька. Так, кстати, а нахуя мне риторика? Мне риторика нахуй не нужна. Что у меня есть на шею? Империя, сила воли. Сила воли неплохо. Эмпатия, координация. Эквилибристика. О, так, восприятие здесь. Скорость реакции, координация, минус энциклопедия. Да похуй. Хотя... А. Можно в церковь, кстати, зайти. Перед церковью лучше сохраниться, ну нахер. Церковь глючная, пиздец. Тут собирается не только сумрак, или как это называется. Еще и баги собираются.
Oh, hey, man. Goodbye, officer.
А это, наверное, и не в курсе, что там стрельба была.
Я... Hardcore.
Мне пострелили ногу, показать на ногу.
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something. When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know.
Она пожимает плечами, ее взгляд задумчиво останавливается.
Anyway, shot in the leg? I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
Ну, не знаю, пойти сделать вот этот квест или нахуй его. Мне придется потратить, по идее, очко на это все. Штангу я так и не поднял, мне грубо силы сильно не хватает. Короче, пизду, надо уже отправляться по-хорошему. Пойду с Тяночкой поговорю. А, я совсем уехал, да?
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you.
Меня ранили.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about.
You didn't only get shot.
А второй пулей уклонился, я и такое умею.
Well, good for you.
Это тебе вопрос.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Нам нужно добраться до того острова.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tide just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Что на том острове?
Nothing. Just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself, always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Ты сказал, что сама там не бывала. А кто бывал, если не ты?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Есть советы, как лучше подобраться к острову?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Можно одолжить твою
If you
лодку?
promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
И не лихачить.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Спасибо, значит, воспользуемся твоим яликом, чтобы добраться
Please
туда.
be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Окей. Так, пиздюки.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Ладно, детишки, вы были на том острове, правда?
On that island,
Энтузиаст игры с камнями указывает на залив. Да, на этом. Мне нужно знать, что там находится.
that's nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
Морской порт, всякие растения.
And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mhm. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Ты имеешь в виду гильзы?
I don't know what those are.
Что
They're
потом?
lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Зажигается свет, приходит пожарник и просит нас потушить. Значит, там реально кто-то есть.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
На острове кто-нибудь живет?
No.
Отвечает мальчишка, неистово мотая головой.
Yes.
Нет, да.
Let's go with yes.
Почему он пожарник?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Почему он просит вас потушить огонь?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Лаконично подтверждая второй близнец, вытянувший струнку, словно оловянный солдатик.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Отлично. Ты говорил что-то про свет.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Лейтенант указывает на уличный фонарь.
Yes.
Может, еще что-нибудь расскажете о нем? Возрасте? Он живет на острове?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
То есть Анатолий куда-то еще уезжает.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Ваш отец тоже был на том острове, да?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
Брат бьет его кулаком. Глаза мальчика начинают блестеть, будто он вот-вот заплачет.
A dull pain flashes through your mind.
Ваш отец не убивался.
I don't know.
Мальчишка глядится по сторонам, уже не уверен в своих словах.
Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Это все, что вы можете рассказать. Может, знаете что-нибудь еще об этом острове?
There's a...
Там, произносит один из мальчишек, потирая глаза. Абсолютно очевидно, что заканчивать предложение он не собирается.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Окей. Поплыли.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its two seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Бери на себя управление, Ким, я буду держать магнитофон.
What?
Я слышал, не заставляй меня повторять.
Fine, why not?
Very cool. Now tune it to SAD FM. You know you want to.
Sad FM.
SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Погнали. Хорошо, что я колонки купил. Ой, чтобы это охуенная тема. С голосом.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. It will last forever. Eternally. 1, 2,
Что за хуйня происходит? Мы включили радио Грусть FM. Чё? Привет, Герыч. Финишная прямая. Мы отправляемся на остров. Играет Грусть FM. Назад дороги нет. Тут такое расстояние, что переплыть это может за 20 секунд.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Погнали. Импровизированный мост. Бомбежка была достаточно силой, чтобы разрушить фундамент. Делаю отдельный сейф. Ржавая цепь тянется вход в океан.
Похуй.
Герыч, блядь, ну и пиздец, спасибо.
The
Медихачка,
train
ты
trails off
нормальный?
into the ocean,
Ты выпил?
connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
То русские, теперь это... Вы там все что ли деньги получаете, пока я не смотрю, что ли? А она тянется до склада на краю земли.
Yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay.
From enemies of the commune of Révechon. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification in the day.
Эти шины просто разваливаются на куски, им лет 50. Давно не закидывал. А я давно не клянчил, кстати. Осторожно, огнеопасно. Я огнеходец, мне не страшно. В воздухе стойкий запах мазута. Из бочки вытекло немного топлива, черное вязкое.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs. They are more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Че там, Мека все еще устраивает свой марафон или пошел спать уже наконец?
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the weeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dry leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work, of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
Я, кстати, тоже там сидел, Смеку смотрел. Пиздец, он орет там уже.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on the meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bull called among the corn.
Yes?
Ты заметил, как здесь
I
тихо?
have. Is that why we're stopping?
Может, хочешь ее послушать?
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Ладно. Еще раз спасибо за пятихаточку. Надпись на бочке ОГМ. На бочке нарисована звезда с мелкими пятнышками. Здесь не подняться, лестница сломана. Ну, короче, понятно. Опа, это что? Это выход, видимо, какой-то. Так, музычку надо включить. Когда здесь располагалось орудие, здесь были установлены две пушки средней дальности большого калибра. Лестница обрушилась. Okay.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
Как давно типа включали?
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Куда ведут эти кабели?
Downstairs, somewhere?
Что за генератор?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
И нам показывают на открытую крышку топливного бака на боку генератора.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
The lieutenant pauses. Something seems to be pecking at the edge of his concentration.
Long and cold.
Долгий и холодный.
There's no time to dwell on this moment. You've got to keep moving.
Что это значит? Генератор
I
здесь?
don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
Я имею в виду, зачем он здесь?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Постучать по боку.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Залить топливо в бак.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Есть секретное задание. Книги. В основном фантастика и исторические романы. Тарелки, испачканные соусом из сажи. Кухня выживальщика.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Как давно?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Сейчас не время отдыхать.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Ну, героем я, может, и не хочу быть, но сейчас нужно залутать. На сломанном дальнометре расставлены свечи. Побитое молью одеяло защищает от ветра.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Посмотреть, что за книги.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife, widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Так, концептуализация, окей. Она у нас какой идет? У меня 2 очка навыка, не хочу их просто так тратить. Лучше я шмотками доберу. Блять, да где ты? Да. Прямо она и стоит. Пиздец, 7. Голубенькая в интеллекте. Ладно. Энциклопедия. Так. Риторика, логика. Ну так. Такой-то я весь концептуализированный.
Soft covers,
Да, братан, как же мы на
serialized,
следующей неделе без
fantastic,
Макдака?
and detective stories.
Ты расскажи
Animal
там,
Adventures, a magazine
тебе
for
все
electrical
дали 2
engineering
недели или
and
чё?
an international thriller. Also, light erotica and some
Чё вообще
historical
там у тебя,
novels
как дела?
from
Как
the
у
century
сестры?
past.
Ты же так и не рассказал толком ничего. Ты только сказал, что тебя опустили домой. Там, как самочувствие, там, ты не подхватил, что-нибудь.
Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored.
Тебя слышно,
Most of
пиши
it is
игры.
for entertainment.
Окей. Тебя вообще странно, как бы.
Entertainment purposes, fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor. Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag.
Я
More
говорю,
than
Гир,
that,
ты
you
расскажи,
can't
как
say.
там у тебя что в целом вообще. Короче, все путем. Слушай, а сестра как? Она заболела и типа ее заставили делать там вот этот мазок, вся фигня, или по работе чисто ей там нужно было это пройти? Как у сестры это выявили?
The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Похуй, давай так.
Soft covers, serialized, and oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Великая теория коммунизма правдивая и суровая. Лютый коммунистический бред, лютые унылые сопли для тех, кто ни на что не способен. Нахуй коммунизм.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Короче, этот чел, которого мы здесь ищем, коммуняра.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Кажется, у студентов из многоквартирного дома были такие же.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Сестра вроде тоже на поправку идет. Ну и хорошо тогда. Так ты скажи, тебе как больничный выдали или что? Ты на работу ходить сейчас не будешь? Там, как вообще? Это официально, неофициально? Или тебе просто сказали, типа, сиди дома? Или тебе бумагу там какую-то выдали? А, прям больняк даже? Подожди, а как тебе выдали больняк? У тебя температура или что? Или просто тем, кто живет по соседству, как бы... У тех, у кого корона, просто тоже дают больничные. Как это работает? Книга с критической теорией. Как думаешь, о чем это говорит? Задним числом?
Again, I am not a philosopher. But whoever
У
has lived
сестры
here,
геровской
they
ковид.
have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Опа, шмотки. Координация, окей. Так. Футболка, стреломет от Фаун. И ботиночки от Фаун. А где там мои эти... Сейчас я полностью в Фаун, короче, наряжусь. Это Фаун. Наверняка ачивку дадут. А это Фаун. Так, чё... У меня штаны, по-моему, Фаун были. Я же их купил у пиздюка. Вот они. Ебать, такой-то я. А, игра, а можно какую-нибудь ачивку, типа, чё? Я полностью в Фаун напялился.
Oh, glorious phony.
А, во.
You wear the full set like a true born hero. The ultimate performance of fun flows in you.
В рот ебал ваш ковид. Так его, покажи ему. Походу я до Ресу как раз заболел ковидом, как меня еще не раскладывает. Ты думаешь, типа антитела, вся хуйня? Я чувствую, что способен на все. На
You're
все!
literally untouchable. A god among mere men. Go on. The fucking sunset awaits, Phone Rider.
Бля, охуенно. Я собрал сет. Такое себе, конечно, ну ладно. А может, прилезть все-таки?
The greasy oak.
The offer still stands.
You
На
face the
часок.
concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Пожать колени груди.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Вечер? На часок же легли. Ким не разбудил. Кем? Лейтенанта здесь нет, поищи снаружи на пляже. Не нравится мне. Так, ну это либо я, либо Красмазов. Инвентаря нет, нихуя нет. Дверь все еще здесь, закрыта. Это почему-то кажется странным, войти не получится. Может, я во сне у себя? Что это было? Спуститься к цепи, там что-то есть. На воде видны ее следы. Я хожу по воде. Я всегда знал, что я Иисус.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism,
Здрасте.
internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Видео Ревашольд. А там, где они брали видеопрокат. Окей.
Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here? Something seems off. Very off. Just let her go. Listen to me for once.
Что-то не так.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
А голос, как у жены. Я спешу на аэродром, мне сейчас совсем некогда. Она замолкает на середине предложения, смотрит направо, потом на свой чемодан.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
Некогда разбираться с моими чувствами. Она вздыхает и оглядывается через плечо. Ты куда?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
Что у тебя в чемодане?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Корона бессмертия? Разве ты уже не увенчана ею?
Oh, this.
А, ты про это? Направляет на венок на голове.
This is just a wreath.
Oh.
The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light,
хрустнул.
mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
Корона бессмертия выкована из затвердевшего света, маны и чистого палладия. Чего началось-то? Гарри там уже умер, что ли? Гарри прилег уснуть на часок, и что-то как-то мы разговариваем с Долорес Дэй, которая в данный момент, видимо, олицетворяет нашу жену.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway.
Привет.
Hey.
Как у тебя дела?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
Я у себя в голове, и я по тебе скучаю.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
А ты по мне скучаешь?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
Она смотрит под ноги на белые полоски зебры. Ее волосы сияют в неоновых огнях видеопроката. Может, задержится на минутку? Нам надо поговорить. Надо устроить последнюю мощную и грандиозную ссору.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters.
Не родившиеся дочерей.
It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
А ты должен быть один в аду навсегда. Так устроен мир. Да.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Внушение среднее, я знаю, что до сих пор любишь меня поцеловать ее. 28%. Да хуй там. Мне начинает казаться, что ты на самом деле не дал розды. Кстати, фигурки. Я купил для тебя фигурку всадника фаун без головы. Отдать ей фигурку.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
А, стоило рублей 5, по-моему. Так.
Please don't give me any gifts. I don't want it. It looks... That's not what figurines do, Harry.
Ну, тогда выходит, что фигурки вообще ни для чего не нужны.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
Почему Долорес Дэй твоя жена? А, Долорес Дэй не моя жена, просто он как бы олицетворяет свою жену в своей голове с Долорес Дэй. Типа как идеал, который покинула. Жена покинула его, Долорес Дэй покинула всех. Ну, я, в всяком случае, это так трактую. Скажи спасибо, что здесь не Ким олицетворяет его жену.
Yes, I thought it would be good.
Может, игральные кости? Гляди, в этом месте мне сделали особые кости в проклятой торговой зоне.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Хорошо, я больше не буду продавать тебе вещи.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything.
Ачивка и квест.
I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
И я теперь несу ответственность за свои действия. Я новый человек, нормальный, крепко стою на ногах. Ну, крепко это, конечно, слишком неправда. Мне ногу прострелили.
She doesn't know what to say.
Я теперь охуеть какой нормальный.
Yes, okay. I'm glad.
Это к тому, что я моралист. Другие моралисты чуть не увезли меня в боевом корабле. Я больше не раздальный псих, не способный без себя жить. Я понимаю, что совершил ошибки и готов нести за них полную ответственность. Так что если хочешь, можешь снова жить, но теперь мне лучше. Ты права, никакой я ненормальный. Я говно.
Do you know how much it hurts me to hear you say that? I'm shit, you made me shit. I can't do this anymore. I can't make you insane and shit anymore. I can't let you turn me into a bad person. I have to go.
Total annihilation. We got annihilated, Harry. You never had any power. You never were a moralist. Or anything. You can't even be insane or shit anymore. You have to be nothing. Nothing without the light and grace of love.
Ты лох, сейчас инфаркт получишь во сне. Этого я и добиваюсь. А ты говорила, что у тебя необъятная душа, и ты всегда будешь за ней
We
возвращаться.
both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
На самом деле ты ничего не говорила. Ты написала мне письмо, написала от руки. Я сохранил его среди важных бумаг.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
Она называет прядь светлых волос, которые лезут в
You
глаза.
need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
ей это больно не будет, она увернется. Письмо у меня с собой. Позволь, я свяжу твою память. Отправимся, ты делаешь горькую паузу по дороге воспоминаний.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Каждое утро, когда я ухожу, я оставляю тебя спящего, я ухожу с собой, ношу с собой кусочек печали. Я несу его в собственной груди по Voyager Road. С каждым моим шагом печаль растет. Когда я дохожу до заправочной станции, она заполняет меня целиком. Я захожу в вагон и оглядываюсь. Ла-ла-ла, токоприемник. Я знаю, что это будет продолжаться, пока я не зашагаю обратно к тебе. К тебе. Каждый мой шаг легче предыдущего. Мне хочется бежать. Иногда я так и делаю. Я не могу поверить, что я встретила тебя. Я не могу поверить тому счастью, что ощущаю рядом с тобой. Твоя душа необъятна, и я всегда буду возвращаться за ней.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
Нет, я вовсе не счастлив.
Then why are you doing this?
Как детектив полиции я провел графологический анализ письма, я знаю, что это твой почерк.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was a million years ago. No.
Наша первая осень. Ну, то есть этому письму реально лет 20, наверное.
It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
Я был крутым?
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first kiss, my first time to have sex, the first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me, it's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
Корешок билета.
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first, I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face, the octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think, were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
That's sharp and precise.
Нет!
Why? There is still a way to win her back, you know. All you need to do is analyze.
Там был токоприемник. Трамвай номер...
42. That is the light rail that took me to Coron, to school and work. Every morning. It's the same stop I met you at, Harry. 100,000 million years ago. No human being should still remember the position of atoms such eons ago. It must feel unnaturally sad. A sadness so ancient, It is shared even by archaebacteria.
Ты можешь стать той, кем была когда-то. Я вижу ее в тебе под этим одеянием и венком.
And my crown of immortality. No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford.
Дешевых съемных квартирах. То есть денег у нас нихуя не было.
Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Дешевая квартира. Значит, я увел какой-то богач.
Yes, I have found someone for whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you, only this time he is careful and rich. He will not lose me. It will go somewhere, it will grow.
Your heart burns. Through the blackness, you feel the trickle of blood on the mattress below you.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
Ну, это самая несмешная моя часть.
I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me have already passed.
И что теперь? Что будет дальше? О чем мы еще поговорим?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Don't let her. Don't let her go there. You should redo the topics. Go over everything. The things you didn't say before, too. Make it go on and on.
Мне начинает казаться, что на самом деле не Долорес.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day.
Она смотрит на тебя вопросительно. Кажется, это не та загадка, в которую ей хотелось бы углубляться. Я услышал твой голос по телефону.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
Она медленно качает головой, ее светлые волосы скользят по плечам. Делает что?
Call me like that.
Это был не я, это была моя рука. Понять про руку. Это мои пальцы тебе позвонили.
They shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night. Wrapped in my future love. There, I think of you less and less. Whole weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. The death blow is coming.
Кладу руку на живот и улыбаюсь. Беременна!
Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the patchwork of roofs. Red and black. Revachol West, the evening sun. She's left and bloomed, far away from us, our vast soul.
Логика средней 10. Тебя зовут?
It's Dora.
Дора.
That's what the voice said on the phone.
Дора это сокращение Долорес.
Dubois, yes. Dora Dubois.
Ты Дора Дюбуа?
Oh no, 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 no. We're not doing that again.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around and it will happen.
Ты показываешь ты себе на голову, ты мой траур.
The morning. I don't understand.
Я в трауре, я оплакиваю тебя, хоть ты и не
Oh
мертва.
my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
32. Нормально, такая разница в возрасте.
Oh, Harry, call me like that. They shouldn't have months or...
The deaf black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. The mysterious smile on her lips keeps stretching.
Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Ебать, пиздец. Да. Это мне ничего хорошего.
It's not, but...
Легкие золотые сандалии прикрывают ее пальцы. Ну что, скажи мне, что есть хоть что-то хорошее.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
И все?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Кому нужна Долорес Дэй, когда у нас есть Ким Кицураги?
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Вот сила воли, правильно такая. Риторика, иди нахуй, блядь. Коммуняра. Может быть, я думаю, что добрался до конца расследования.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too. I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
Все, не обязательно должно быть так. Давай попробуем еще раз.
No, Harry. We can't.
Бля.
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
Господи, ты туда же. А что тогда не получилось? Я это исправлю.
I don't know. Please.
Она переминается с ноги на ногу, поблескивают золотые сандалии. Где-то вдалеке визжат тормоза машины. Почему? Почему мы не можем быть вместе?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
Ну да. Ее глаза озера
She
печали.
avoids turning them to you.
Как это безумен?
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
О чем ты? Что значит безумен?
You know what I mean.
Все бывают скверные периоды.
A little down. You've worked there for so long, you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
Ну, то есть я ИРЛ превратился в персонажа видеоигры. Задаю вопросы всем.
Questions? Did someone say questions?
Скорость реакции. Вопросы? Это не списки, это деревья.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
Нет, соврать. Списки совершенно нормальная вещь. У всех они бывают. Ты просто записываешь в список все, что хочешь спросить.
In descending order, usually. It's best to do them like that.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch.
Короче, мы очень-очень-очень грустный человек.
Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. You only communicated with encyclopedic trivia. I was so alone. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
Ты даже
I'm
не
actually
человек.
very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this. This thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is this? This is so far gone, Harry. I don't even...
Ты особенная, у тебя легкие сияют.
My lungs do not glow, Harry. I am just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of...
She will, once you have erected the Temple of Light.
Еще легкие засияют, когда везешь храм света. Концептуализация, ты куда вылез, блять? Я все еще могу помочь засиять твоим легким, я точно знаю, что смогу. Если ты мне
No
позволишь.
answer. The arches of her brows quiver as she looks you in the eye and backs away from you. You won't do any of that. You can barely make her cry. An apricot-scented ghost wafts out of her. Her skin, the fabric, into the flow of the air around you. All the roads will miss her footsteps when she's gone from here. A completely different world.
Год 28%! Уф! А!
Your feet still tremble from the steps you took, as if over an enormous distance, standing against her. Her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
Ты не целуешь меня в ответ.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours, trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held onto her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
Представь, их стеки расстреляй. Это ты, та, что пахнет абрикосовой жвачкой.
No, I'm just Dora.
Ну, вот и все.
No, Harry, not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
Она проводит рукой по груди и вниз к низу живота и улыбается.
I'm pregnant.
Я говорю об этом. Нет меня.
Of course not.
Она рассматривает свой живот, потом поднимает взгляд и смотрит в твои посоревшие
I
глаза.
terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck.
Беременность от тебя я прервала. Разве ты не помнишь, нищебродский ты мудила?
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
Не уходи.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
Ты не хотела, чтобы я отпускал тебя? Никогда не хотела, ты даже попросила меня об этом.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Мы с тобой еще увидимся.
I won't see you, but you will see me.
Это как?
Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Тебе скажут, что ты бомж ебаный, хули ты селишь, отвратительно. Персонаж такой. Как же тогда я увижу тебя снова?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
Поживешь, жить узнаешь. Да, серьезно, вот сидишь такой, блядь, максималист, интернетовский, пишет. И бабы не нужны. Это просто невыносимо.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry.
В смысле, блядь? О, интернет-воин проснулся в гире.
See you tomorrow.
До завтра. Да, блядь! А как же сейчас вставать, что надо тебя забыть? Увидимся завтра. Ну, заебись. Я-то селился как никто. Не работает. Просто у тебя драму нужно прокачать побольше. Шмотки не те надеваешь. На статы смотреть надо. Можешь сделать пару сайт-квестов, между прочим. Вот тебе инструкция в виде игры. Внушение. Внушение обязательно надо. Вот у меня внушение сейчас было хуёвое, и чё?
Quick. How was your sleep?
Называется Safe Load. Ну, здесь уже как хочется там. А можно попробовать все с первого трая делать. Поглотить кровь и закончить разговор. Прочешем этот остров сантиметр за сантиметром. Это наша следующая задача.
Okay. He's still worried. You must have really threshed and squealed in your sleep.
Так, я сгоняю покурить быренько. Никуда не уходите. Ой. Не.
Tell me why
Так, персонка, отвали. Что, струханы? Берем. Эмпатия. Окей. Текс. Текс. Это огромная взрывозащитная дверь. Весит должно быть больше 10 тонн. С нее отслаивается ржавчина.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Что за
Another
ней?
part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Или
Maybe
открыть?
this is one of the doors we don't open?
Он смотрит на дверь, затем переводит взгляд на ее старшую сестру и на замок. Может, это еще одна дверь, которую нам не нужно открывать?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Ты прав, откроем большую. Ты видишь где-нибудь элемент
I
управления?
think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Окей.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Что это
The
такое?
console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Может, она открывает защитную дверь?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Нажать свет внутри.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange.
Повернуть. Аварийное открывание.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Всю анимацию открывания двери нам вообще показывать не обязательно, кстати. Окей.
After you.
Что
I
там?
don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
А что если нам снова придется сражаться?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
Он достает оружие, проверяет, заряжено ли оно, затем снова убирает в кобуру. У меня тоже есть
I
оружие.
know. It was not easy to acquire.
Так, там про радио что-то было.
It's on.
Automatic boot.
Сдвинуть регулятор радио.
The dial slides under the glass, dark and silent. Restoring electric power has not breathed life.
Понятно, радио не работает. Люк заклинило. Где-то внизу, далеко-далеко шумит вода. Так, ну сейчас я схожу в эту часть острова. Амбразура. Заглянуть внутрь не получается. Такой крупный кусок откололся. Должно быть прямое попадание. Издалека доносятся гудки грузовых судов. Сигналы эхом отражаются от воды. Тростник странно колышется. Показалось. Неужели невидимое животное, которое мы искали? Лед трещит у тебя под ногами. Осторожно, не провались под воду. Лебедка сломана. Ржавчина разъела остатки цепи.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. Perhaps there's someone there. under the water, where it has always been, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal. Baby, you know it's going to hurt. Yes, cold and still, but love is warm like the inside of her mouth. Oh fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Бля, сила воли просто спасает мою жопу. Я когда начинаю думать о бывшей, сила воли такая, так, блядь, вы что тут нахуй начали? Завалите нахуй, блядь. С этой мыслью покончено, блядь. Так, сюда не уйти. Короче, сила воли, братан. А вот все остальные не братаны. Ты вздрагиваешь от сильной боли в паху и идешь дальше. Писька болит. Можно заглянуть внутрь крепости. Отсюда видно панель управления и взрывозащитную дверь. Если спрыгнуть, наверняка все кости переломаешь. Звучит как план. На побережье давно нет того склада, с которого прибывает эта цепь. Окей. Ну, еще канистр с топливом. Я одну, правда, уже использовал. Потертая артиллерийская карта с координатами в заливе Ривашоля. Старый аптечный шкафчик, недавно наполненный друамином.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
Лейтенант оглядывается и подходит ближе, держа руку на пистолете. Смотреть матрас.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Вытащите окурки из банки.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Morteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Morteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Я видел окурки таких же сигарет на краю земли.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Посмотри стену.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Сперва потрогать.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Посмотри сквозь дыру в стене.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
Слева.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain.
Справа.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain. 10. The doomed commercial area.
Ну а в центре как раз должны быть танцы.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Твою же мать.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Будь у меня бинокль, я мог бы заглянуть внутрь
A
комнаты.
pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Я бы смог отсюда попасть.
Good. I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Лучше поздно, чем никогда.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
7 человек погибли, мы могли бы это предотвратить.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Может ли стрелок все еще быть здесь?
Where?
На этом острове.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
We should move now.
О,
There's a race.
This looks like...
окей. Так, ну теперь я могу уже спокойно пойти сюда, значит. Резиновая лодка сдута, порвана. Повсюду видны небольшие белые цветочки. Ага. Опача. Привет, дед. Привет, винтовка.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours.
Дезертир.
Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Глаз все по-прежнему острый.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Какая пушка?
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Что за модель?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
Он осторожно похлопывает по винтовке.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Это пожарник.
The what now? I can't hear you.
И ты недавно сказал двум ребятишкам погасить костер, двум близнецам.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
А ты закрыл защитную дверь.
I did. And you opened it. How?
Как ты узнал о моем приближении?
Reactionary rock and roll music. playing on the water.
Да, наверное, не очень нужно было подплывать к острову и слушать при этом грустный
Told you
рок.
we shouldn't play sad FM.
Но ты этого не говорил.
I did.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
Это не рок-н-ролл, это Грусть FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness, a weapon of the bourgeoisie.
Вот, дамы и господа, типичные представители коммунистов. Вот хотите быть таким же, вот слушайте риторику.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Коммуна Синьяо.
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board.
И взгляд становится отрешенным. Положите оружие, чтобы мы могли продолжить разговор. Мы из полиции.
The lieutenant pulled his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
His elbows rest on the frame stock, calmly for now. But he may still get it in his hands. Looks like he knows the weapon. You don't see a magazine in the well.
У тебя даже магазина нет.
You're right. It's a good thing I got one in the chamber.
Oh, wait. Yes.
Кем?
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Не хочу его убивать.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Старик небрежно опускает винтовку на землю и смотрит на нее.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
Что ты сказал?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The
Настоящее?
present to be afraid and cold.
Старик опускает капюшон своего непромокаемого плаща и смотрит на небо. Оно того же голубовато-серого цвета, что и море. Эти слова, будучи учат жить одиноким.
Real music. Real brilliant good. That's la Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Что такое ля Решевалье? Я так думаю, на самом деле так должен называться город, правильно?
It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of three. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
Ля Решевалье. Я уже где-то слышал это имя во сне.
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it.
Не, дело не в этом, я говорил с ней.
Talk to her?
Он приподнимает свои лохматые брови и переводит взгляд с неба прямо на твои воспаленные глаза. Да, у меня бывает некая дрожь.
It's the drugs you're all on. Druggies, whiners, and whores.
Он закрывает глаза от отвращения.
All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls in its slow drift. They all, every one of them, every bird, mammal, and crustacean, keep their distance.
Что там поется в песне?
How did it go?
Он смотрит на лежащую на земле винтовку и медленно покачивает головой.
Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it.
Кто вы такая? Ну алло. Понятно, лежащий на песке оружие.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Чуть повнимательнее.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm. Made on the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Все верно, этот триангонг сделано в Синьяо.
No one said it has to be Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition.
Винтовка под гильзовый патрон калибра
The right
4,46.
type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Винтовку несколько раз ремонтировали и модифицировали.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Брать винтовку, подвести итоги.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly.
Че, у него ствол еще есть?
Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
Кто вы такая? Алло, перевод.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
Его мертвый пустой взгляд снова упирается в тростник.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Ты живешь на острове 43 года?
No. I've been on other islands too. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Еще раз, ты скрывался здесь целых 43 года.
43 years and 10 months.
Даже не знаю, как это назвать. Безумие.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Я не мог сдаться.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during...
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Он смотрит в сторону моря.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, People walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
Старик открывает взгляд от берега и смотрит на тебя. Чего?
For her to return.
Ее возвращение?
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Девчушки революции? Все женщины предательницы.
Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Ты сказал, что оставил свое подразделение.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Хотела веры?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
Для чего?
for reaction to take hold.
Никакая это была не реакция, ты просто испугался.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
Лейтенант инстинктивно бросает взгляд на свою записную книжку, но не прикасается к ней.
He is still not convinced of his safety. You should not be either.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Черная магия.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower,
Он указывает на нее рукой.
huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
Он смотрит на восток. А что потом?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Он поднимает глаза к небу. Что такое было?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Видел что?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
Старик замолкает, его черные глаза продолжают смотреть сквозь тебя, куда-то далеко-далеко. Он медленно встряхивает головой, избавляясь от видения. Что это за место, этот остров?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
И для чего используется это укрепление?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
Ты говоришь о той самой высадке, о возвращении Ревашоля?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 15 million people on Caillou alone.
Салат коалиции.
Iblis,
Иблис?
the black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
Шейтан. Как тебе удалось выживать все это время?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
И что же ты крал?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
Он снова кашляет и кладет руку на живот.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
Рак.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Как ты справился психологически?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
Он закатывает глаза так, что остаются видны только белки, а потом снова смотрит на тебя.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Ты замечаешь, что лейтенант собирается что-то сказать.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Он смотрит себе на ноги. Где-то в складках высушенного солнцем и ветром леса притаилась боль.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Как тебе удалось скрываться все эти годы?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
Как ты перемещался между островом и большой землей?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
Замолкает, пристально глядя на сгрудившихся на противоположном берегу лачуги. Почему тебе просто не пойти туда?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
За них с оружием под Сен-Гислен 22В, указать на него. В подвале ты там бывал?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Они были слишком повреждены, их невозможно использовать.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights, ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
Под зданием Фельд есть небольшой бункер. Ты там останавливался?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Убили себя?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Еще один вопрос. Ты куришь сигареты Тиумутири?
I do.
Когда-нибудь курил их на большой земле?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Скажи-ка, подвести
The
итоги.
old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
Так ты стал от армии коммунистов.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
А ты говорил, что прошел подготовку, тебя отправили в отряд обороны.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Чем занимается политкомиссар?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology.
Получается, что ты подготовленный коммунист, так?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Указать на себя. Я моралист. Я тот же эволюционер. Я политикой не очень интересуюсь. Кто же я? Моралист или предприниматель? Коммунизм. Никакого коммунизма. Вот до чего коммунизм доводит. Смотри вот на этой высохшее ебало. Типичный представитель коммуниста, а ведь ему всего лишь 19. Кстати, я же совсем забыл, что здесь вот коп Суперза 8, Апокалипсиса 1, Жалкий коп 4, коп Зануда 3. Коммунист 12, фашист 12. Охуенно, блядь, марлист 11. Ультралиберал 8. Хороший коп, плохой коп 36. Вот это не очень понимаю, как это можно... Это я хороший или плохой коп, что у меня 36? Честь 1, убито людей 4, раскрыто дело 216, годы службы 18 лет. Я моралист.
No, you're not. You're part of the meat shield. The human shield that surrounds the fascists while they kill and rape. That's what you are.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
Окей.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
Ну, мам.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. The expression on his face is unreadable. There's some sort of interference there. Neurological?
Ты сказал, что это твоя бессрочная капитуляция.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Остановимся на том, что мы из РГМ.
Let's. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce monde.
Parti коммунисты.
Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Коммуниста порвало.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Коммунисты подписали Ревашольский акт о капитуляции.
Only the army. Liberal reactionaries signed it for them. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I am a political commissar of the Communist Party, and the party never surrendered.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
he just wipes the blood from his chin.
I
Понятно.
don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real.
Вот типичный дед, которого просто заклинило однажды. Типа, вот раньше-то было, да, а вот сейчас все фу. Вот раньше-то я ого-го, а вот сейчас не. У меня к тебе еще один серьезный вопрос.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Так, давай самообладание, где оно? Проанализировать язык тела.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
Он держится на удивление неплохо.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Стимулирует что?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Деменция?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Ты вообще в порядке? Память не подводит?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Для чего ты использовал эту винтовку?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
Классовая война не закончилась. Мгм.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay.
Потенциальный серийный убийца.
This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
Это же ново! Наше ново!
this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, no. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
Минутку, так что мне сказать?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine. Crawling.
All is not as it seems.
Привет, Ревашоль. Все не то, чем кажется.
Детектив.
Лейтенант смотрит на тебя с хорошо скрываемым нетерпением. То есть ты хочешь сказать, что продолжал убивать людей после того, как закончились бои? Ты использовал это оружие для убийства полковника, сотрудника охранного агентства Кренель. Я знаю, что тебе хочется мне все рассказать. Ты убивал кого-нибудь из этой винтовки в последующие пару недель. Привет, Барабас.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
Окей, ты использовал это оружие для убийства полковника, сотрудника охранного агентства Кренель.
The who now?
Подведется вперед и прикладывает ладонь к уху.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice.
Я думаю, вы прошли, ну так потенциальный финал. Парень из фашистского отряда смерти, который съел пулю в ночь на 4 марта.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
Лейтенант неожиданно делает шаг в его направлении.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Ой, осуждаю, пиздец.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. The gun. The murder. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Мне требуется от тебя сотрудничество. У меня есть вот что. Блин, да что же я забыл? Хлопну себя по голове.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Ладно, что теперь голова болит.
Who cares? There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. And on Clausia's balcony.
То есть он ходил к ней на балкон и наблюдал за ней в дырочку, дрочила.
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Oh!
Yes, ouch. So good it hurts. Those were not modern prints.
То есть он реально за классе наблюдал там в дырочку? Мгм. Интересно, какой марки у тебя обувь?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
Старик вытягивает ногу. Подошву старых заношенных кроссовок покрывают черно-белый спиралевидный узор.
The maker is called Sansariq, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Погоди, все может быть гораздо проще.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right
Ну
now.
как бы да. Он 43 года ни в одной обуви на реках ходит. Ты мог переобуться. Это вовсе не означает, что ты не обшаривал окрестности рядом с номером, в котором погибла жертва.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering. Look at the old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
За окном у жертвы были ландыши. Показать ему засохший цветок.
Damn maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
Нигде во всем Мартинезе их нет, только здесь.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
Все говорили, что я болен, но я знал, что его убил коммунизм.
South, the Bay of Martinez
Кстати, да, блядь, его реально убил коммунизм.
of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
Bourgeois. Ooh,
You
буржуи.
must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
Такие секретные места, мастерская по ремонту питбольных автоматов.
I may.
Твое лицо сводит какой-то странной судорогой. Молодая женщина Классе, говорит тебе что-то это имя? Эти засохшие цветы я нашел у нее под окном.
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Да, Классе, имя ее ты не слышал, так?
My ears don't reach the city.
Ты ее знаешь, так ведь? Она состояла в интимных отношениях с жертвой, с наемником.
With the victim.
Он отворачивается от белоснежного цветочного поля и замолкает. Мышцы его челюсти сводят судорогой.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
Мы провели баллистическую экспертизу, указать на вышку. Выстрел был произведен с этого острова.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
По его телу проходит дрожь, понравился вид.
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Это прекрасно, с биноклем даже интерьер той комнаты можно рассмотреть.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Еще одна резкая судорога, а за ней другая, возле правого глаза.
Leave no stone unturned. Get him.
You had direct visit. You've been here.
He's practically admitting to it.
Ты сказал
Dead
фасков, ты
fascists
прознаешься, что
for
убил?
fascists.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Он взмахивает рукой, его тело свой судорогой, правый глаз дергает.
Leave
Понятно.
no stone unturned.
Мне не требуется от тебя
Get him
сотрудничество.
on
У
what
меня есть
matters
это,
most.
показать ему триангон калибра 4,46.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Сумрак. Бля, он тебя видел, сила воли. Ну видел и видел. И заскакивать с темы. У нас на руках орудие убийства.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Драматическим тоном. Думаешь, мы обнаружили орудие убийства?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range.
Объявляю, мы обнаружили орудие
This is it.
убийства.
Good.
Лейтенант достает блокнот и чертит прямую линию.
This feels good, doesn't it? Telling things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Убийство. Старик замолкает, бросает взгляд на тростник, и по его телу снова проходит дрожь.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
You know who he was. A coalition trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
Он тоже был солдатом и человеком. Он был убийцей, но все же находился под защитой закона. Окей, он был солдатом и человеком, хотя был конченной мразью.
Beating us to
Но
the
сейчас мне надо
ground,
забайтить его.
moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
Забайтил деда, он тяжело дышит, раздувая ноздри.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Значит, ты его застрелил.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
Ты практически видишь, как он выжимает из себя слезу. Его стиснутые кулаки начинают тряситься от
The
злости.
lieutenant raises his right arm. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
Его губы растягиваются в улыбке.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, And that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
А потом?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Да?
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
Пожимает плечами, причмокивает.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Почему ты наблюдал за ними той ночью?
I'm always looking.
Он склоняет голову на бок и переводит взгляд на город. По левой стороне его тела снова пробегает дрожь. На этот раз слабее.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Ты жмешь узковой крючок?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Что именно тебе не понравилось из увиденного в ночь убийства?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
О, трахаются! У, бля! То есть ты проревновал?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy
Ебаться
life
стыдно,
anymore.
да-да.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli, to be broken off from the world, cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But
Он пожимает плечами.
you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
Он видел в ней не только то, что на поверхности, как и ты.
The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Как долго ты наблюдал за ней?
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night.
Может быть, он спиздил ее документы, кстати, которые она запрятала в буй.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Прятал документы.
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Что она, по-твоему, там спрятала?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
На границе с серостью. Она рассказала нам про тайник в буке. Ты его смотрел?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I...
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
В паспорте было написано, как ее зовут, но когда я назвал имя Классия, ты, кажется, его не узнал.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
Какое имя было указано в паспорте?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Мы проверили ценник, внутри ничего не было.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
There it is again. The strange neurological state he's sometimes in.
Двигаемся дальше. После этого ты продолжил за ней следить.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
Через близкий прицел. Ну, потому что он, блядь, дрочил, глядя в дырочку в спальне. Ты смог разглядеть ее синяки через оптический прицел винтовки?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Откуда он в таких подробностях знает о ее теле? Дрочила, потому что.
It quickly comes to you.
Эти синяки у нее на теле. Ты случайно рассмотрел их не через дыру в стене?
Oh, yes. Cutting
Nice.
those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ты когда-нибудь видел ее через окно на крыше?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Был в секретном проходе позади танцев в трепе. Это были твои следы. Ты просто переобулся.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
И там тоже?
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
О, снова качать головой.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
У тебя были чувства к этой женщине?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glistened suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Поэтому ты оставил вышедшие цветы под ее окном?
No.
Он снова принимается качать головой, словно подсолнух на высохшем стебле. Тогда почему?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Когда это было?
The day after I killed him.
Ты приносил ландыши?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
Что-то вселило в тебе эту мысль, побудило так поступить.
What do you mean, put?
Он поднимает на тебя округлившиеся глаза.
A brief flash of terror.
У меня просто возникло такое ощущение твоих слов. Ты согласен?
Maybe. I told you. I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
Он смахивает что-то с глаз.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you. One more down.
Итак, получается, что дело было вовсе не в ней, не в нем, а в ней.
Her.
В ней, повторяет он, глядя на погасший костер, а потом на тростник. Уголок его глаза дергается.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Я не имею права это обсуждать.
I know she's gone. Locked up. Or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort, like she knew. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Across the harbour, on the south bank of the river Esperance, the air stands still outside Precinct 57. A two-story box of duraluminium knit inside a cell. A young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol all at once, while two men in brown suits wave ICP badges at a young policeman. She hears the door open and knows it's over. They've come for her. Outside, it's springtime. The river flows blue and green into the Bay of Martinez. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Лейтенант пользуется возможностью, чтобы обратиться к тебе тихим голосом. Он разговорился.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years?
Видел еще что-нибудь, что тебе не нравилось?
Tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar pat of hatred.
А поподробнее?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
Как так?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
Он указывает на большую землю.
Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Господина Клэра?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Он продолжает качать головой, сожалея, что пропустил такое зрелище. Это все?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now, her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
О, на Рене наезжает.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really
Ебать, деда понесло просто.
sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
Так, на диско не наезжай, слышь ты? Скатывается бессвязное бормотание, ни слова не разобрать.
The disco whores are too much.
Перебор!
Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating. And the Supriant on her yacht? Joyce? Probably. Ask about that cock on parade too. Make sure you get everything here.
Ты говорил что-то о статуе на перекрестке и сифилисе.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Мерзость?
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son,
Хулиганы.
Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues too. Hundreds of them.
Но это на месте.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Потому что циничные хлыщи-рекламщики возвели разрушенную версию.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical
Cockroaches.
deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity.
Искусство уже
Every
было.
gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Искусство выдумка, нам врали.
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him. It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
Это был ты стрелял в статую, у нее в сердце пулевое отверстие.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really.
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, detective?
Понял, здорово. Шакал целый месяц диско Elysium? Слышишь, сам шакал. Мы заканчиваем.
The fat
Надеюсь,
union
сегодня.
man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
Здорово, у тебя кнопка Z заела? Нормас футболка? Полосатая. А чё с ней?
He keeps having opinions about the
Спасибо.
union's leadership.
Да, шакал как бы норм быть шакалом. Не понимаю, я ваш зумерский. Ну как скажешь. Ну, явно особое мнение по поводу руководства профсоюза. Так. Это узнали, сказал профсоюз, социал-демократическая организация, а господин Клэр социал-демократический клоун. А, про Клэра.
Hideous disappointment.
3 пиваса дали
Unions
эффект.
are the real enemy.
Если это был пивас не по 12%, то shame on you. Что такое 3 пива в самом деле?
The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Или может быть просто я алкоголик.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Кто разочаровал тебя? Эврар Клер?
That deformed toad. I
Жаба!
wouldn't expect-
Я тоже его жабой называю все прохождение. Кто-то меня поддержал в этой игре, хоть это и безумный коммунист, блять. Уж представляешь, что такое 50 кг лишний вес? Чел, ты весишь 50 кг? Да средняя баба весит больше. Ну я не осуждаю. Но кушай ты побольше в самом деле.
Him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Где-то по 12? А, есть такие. Они, правда, стоят там рублей по 350, по 400. Но такие есть. Прикольные, но пить их тяжеловато, на самом деле. Все-таки 12. Страшно. Жаба, да он жопу себе потереть не сможет. Я говорю о мозговом центре. Об умнике. Об его брате, которого в игре нет, но он упоминается, видимо.
Edgar.
Ты говоришь об Эдгаре? Братья Эврара?
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
Средняя баба, ты там маму-то ведешь? Ну слушай, 50 килограмм, это же... Даже вот баба метр с кепкой, вот это 50 килограмм. Так, ты говорил с Эдгаром?
First against the wall with him.
Его первым следует поставить к стенке. Он перестает ковыряться в зале и теперь просто раскачивает головой.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Хорош не укрыться бы человек, который прячется у них на заднем дворе. Не знают обо всем, что происходит в Мартинезе.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
Детство по указке Клэров? Ты с ними связывался?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
Он указывает на тропу. То есть ты проезжаешь 100 кг минимум? Почему 100 кг? У тебя как-то либо 50, это... либо 100. Что-то как бы в промежутке ничего нет, да? Ну... Не, ну понятно, что вы там, студентики, максималисты, дети! Да.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left, wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
Когда это было?
20 years ago.
20
Neither of
лет
them could
назад.
walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
Они тогда еще не были такими жирными.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
О чем вы говорили?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Mazov.
Пылесарским поперхнись. А ты это самое, ты на таблеточки задонай старому стримеру. Чё ты? Уважай старших вообще.
Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
И он позволил тебе здесь остаться?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here.
Да.
Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Капитализм есть капитализм. Понимаю, если... Дрозд убил наемников компании Кринель по указке Клэров, чтобы спровоцировать беспорядки?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Лучше придерживаться капитализма, потому что коммунизм вот к этому ведет, вот. То есть мы думали, что вот это плохо выглядит, ну так вот. Если я начну слушать риторику, я стану вот таким.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Да, видимо, услугу жабу он таки делал.
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Он снова заходится в принципе кашля.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
Что за дела были между стариком и Эдгаром?
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 лет назад, когда ты встречался с Эдгаром, семья Клэров еще не руководила профсоюзом. Ведь так... Он убил руководительницу профсоюза, и она исчезла. Вот оно чё, блядь. Нам же еще рассказывают, типа, она куда-то исчезла, там пропала, и шу. Ты говна кусок.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the
И кто
dark
руководил?
That bourgeois cow, Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation.
Она утонула? В смысле? Она не утонула, она исчезла.
And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Вот шлюха, блядь, умела находить к людям подход и заключать сделки. Мы в коммунизме такое не приемлем. Только говно, только моча, блядь, срать под себя прямо в штаны. Коммунизм! А потом она просто исчезла.
Called in, they say, on the eve of battle, ran away, vanished like a piss stain.
Он прищуривается и улыбается почерневшим поленьем.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Что там? Вань, какие-то дремучие мемы, блядь, даже я их уже не знаю. Мы в коммунизме предпринимаем члены партии прямо в рот 24/7. Конечно. Члены всех размеров. Главное, чтобы были идеологически правильно настроены.
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Ты готов поклясться, что угли под его взглядом снова полыхнули. Эдгар попросил кого-то позвонить вместо нее. Почему?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is.
Because she was dead.
No shit.
Just say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home, waddling.
Утонула, бля, сука!
Drunk like she often was.
Насыпал
The
пулю,
ruins
так
are
что
black
вот.
around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal.
Она пыталась перейти канал.
Heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her and the ruins.
Ты ее застрелил.
Someone shot her, or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising, just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
Голос лейтенанта даже спокойнее, чем раньше, будто речь идет о какой-то безделице.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
Ну и ты это уже сделал.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
Он смотрит на город.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Так, пойду-ка я еще покурю. Пиздец, у него написали диалогов на 2 часа. Я, по-моему, уже 2 часа с ним, ну или около того я с ним пизжу, блядь. Уже час ночи. Пиздец, блядь. И пиздец, ты можешь заткнуться, блядь. Че у нас за музычка из персонки? Или может что другое? Ну-ка. Такс. Окей. Продолжаем. Кровопийца Лугару на своей яхте. Что такое
A
Лугару?
Sucrion, a bloodsucker, the rich whore on our boat.
А, ты про Джойс.
Women like her feed on the life energy of young working class men, and they let her. I can't believe the inert lumpen out there.
Lumpen.
They just let her drive her little boat like that. No violence, not even a robbery. The working class has lost their appetite for justice.
Его голос слабеет от разочарования.
If only he had the ammunition.
Под петухом в форме ты имеешь в виду Рене?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on radio.
О, играйте в правильные игры.
Royalist ghouls
Типичный
played
твиттерский.
like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petank maniac race traitor.
Предал свою расу, раса-предатель. А еще говорит, ой, это там все расисты. Ты ебанутый, блядь.
I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one.
Он указывает трясущимся пальцем в сторону кратера возле площади, где стоит одинокая сосна. Вот этого.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
Ты хочешь его убить?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Будь у этого человека твиттер, он бы там просто всех бы хуесосил, и его забанили бы, примерно, в первые 2 дня.
Save the treat for later.
Оставили самое вкусное на потом, бодрым голосом спрашивает лейтенант.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel
Он спускает тоскливый вздох.
better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Правда, мертв, умер от старости пару дней назад.
No. I waited too long.
Лох!
I waited too long and now he's dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
У тебя было множество шансов его убить.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
Ты переживаешь за него?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
Ты в порядке, можешь продолжать?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure. An idea told to him by grown-ups from radio towers and leaflets in beautiful print when he was still a teenager. Everything is possible if we fight. And then he lost it. So did they all.
Так, теперь самое обидное. Диско-шлюхи, в смысле?
I don't even care about those whores anymore. Get it over with. Take me in.
Рад, что мы это обсудили. А теперь...
Glad we talked about what?
Еще один дерганный жест, его трясет.
His lip curls.
Я уже...
Glad we talked about what?
Иосиф Ильянович Дросс, вы арестованы за убийство Элиса Картенара.
What?
Глаза
You said I
старика...
would be taken to the...
Глаза старика внезапно наполняются ужасом после листов. Но ты сказал, меня отведут?
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable
смысле?
movements
Я
and
ничего не
mood
говорил?
swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like...
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Обосрался ты, стрелок, блядь.
But...
Вам это понятно?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
Возможно, тростник глазами, полными все нарастающего ужаса.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Так. Восприятие слуха чего? Я не хочу это просрать после таких долгих диалогов.
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in them, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
С кем ты слышишь?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Голос старика тонет во внезапно налетевшем порыве ветра. Правда, мы?
Your skin crawls.
Так. Ёбаный ходячий тростник, блядь! Деды были правы.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Что это такое? Указать пальцем.
What are you talking about?
Старик смотрит на тростник, потом переводит взгляд на тебя. О чем ты? Об огромном палочнике.
There's nothing there.
Старик выглядит растерянным, там ничего нет.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall.
Фазмит.
It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
А,
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
он был по приказу или просто так? Сейчас мы узнаем.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Ким ты это видишь?
I can see it.
И Ким это видит. Мы не поехали.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not inside.
Блядь, сила воли о том же. Ты не поехал.
But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Вот сейчас бы музыку какую-нибудь потаинственнее. Будьте очень-очень осторожны, шепчет лейтенант, шаг к гигантскому насекомому. Сохраниться! На отдельный сейф! Кстати, а что там? А вот наша винтовочка. 70 рубасов! Так, в смысле, я что, могу ее продать, или это просто мне по приколу пишут?
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs,
Bruh.
antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Внимательно прислушаться. Это австралийский фазмит.
It is.
Это он шепчет лейтенант у тебя за спиной. Ты слышишь, как со знакомым звуком расстегивается молния его куртки. Медленно, очень
You
медленно.
glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled
А,
aluminum.
камера!
He begins to pull it open.
Второй раз за
Extremely
игру
carefully.
используем.
It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Это точно его не
We
испугнет?
need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Ладно, я сделал сейв. Фотографируй.
With the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule.
Но если он уйдет, я загружусь. Я просто так не просру это.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
Okay.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks, his hands sweaty around the machine.
Кем в боевой
The
готовности
spinning
фотографировать?
mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Плюс 3 детские воспоминания Лены, плюс 1 чудо далеко-далеко на запад. Ну давай, электрохимия, ты наконец-то что-то мне за игру здесь поможешь. Осторожно приблизиться.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows, like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Медленно поднять руку.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Поднять вторую руку.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, praying to you.
Можете. Да, молись.
Unwittingly, the insect continues its stridulations. As it moves, tuft-like structures, still pretending to be plants, rustle along on its joints.
Здравствуй, меня зовут Гарри, я не очень знаю, кто я такой.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Достать на цыпочки и присмотреться.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
У него пена идет.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Нам прислано наблюдать за тобой.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Скажи, что ты делаешь. +1 говорил с повешенным, +2 не отступился от фазмида, +1 знает о партеногенезе. О, это было не зря! Вся играет от солнца английского фазмида. Я не удивлюсь, блядь, это ктулхуобразная хуета. Блять, оно разговаривает. Я тоже существую.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Я болен.
What is your illness?
Болен головой, я безумен, такое у меня бытие.
I am not. There isn't even a central nervous system in my head.
Okay.
Only mouth parts. We're eating white blood plants. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness being intruded upon. Transient. Dim. Moist.
Что ее прерывает?
Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never ache.
Что за хуйня сейчас творится? Я рад, что я таков, какой есть. Необычайно чувствительный инструмент.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
Сначала было страшно, непонятно, теперь я собрался.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. But from you, banner-like,
blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Yfreiter, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second.
Дань уважения твоей способности собраться. Я сыщик.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Убийцу.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
Ты разрушаешь его?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the picture in your head. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Откуда он берется? Все это, что нас окружает, мир.
Not even the birds know that. Not even a water lily.
Тогда остается лишь колотить по нему кулаками день за днем, без надежды на ответ.
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so
То есть ты выглядишь как тростник и ешь тростник?
Yes, they don't mind.
Ты никогда случайно не съел других тростников фазмидов?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
Окей. Это сон? Что происходит?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Что это такое?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
Буйками. Документы! Документы!
No, no one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping off blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Ты чудо?
No. You are the miracle.
Никто никогда не говорил мне таких слов.
it was you coming from the west, from the whirling. You were coming.
Чего?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Серость человеческих рук дело?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
У меня нет такой
You're
силы.
a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Каким образом?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Почему хуже?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Я всегда так думал.
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
Я уже однажды забыл весь мир, когда слишком сильно напился.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Ким, скажи, я сейчас переживаю жестокий эпилептический припадок?
It doesn't look like that, no.
На что это похоже?
You're just staring at it.
Так, кажется, у меня видение судьбы человечества.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Ким, какое нахуй расследование? Забудь вообще. В некотором роде.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
Пришло время прощаться, у меня больше нет мыслей. Закончились.
No, there is one more.
Из всех существ, с которыми я встречался, самое доброе. Да.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
Ради рабочего класса? Ну, ради рабочего класса я постараюсь.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Да-да, риторика, это ты? Шепотом. Ладно, Ким, фотографируй.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Очертания существа медленно проявляются на фотобумаге, которую он держит в руке. Полихромидный призрак, тонкая белая фигура на фоне тростника и неба. И тенью перед ней ты.
Immortalized.
Медленно протянуть руку, дотронуться до усика существа.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Посмотреть на палец.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Лизнуть
It
палец.
tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointed from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Осторожно погладит похожую на лезвие косы лапку.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning. A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
Получилось, отступить.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Медленно попятиться.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
О, птичка зависла.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Лейтенант смотрит на ветер, прикрывая глаза ладонью. Он умеет ходить по воде?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Что там в тростнике?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
Что теперь?
What now?
Внезапно, повторяя стрик у тебя за спиной, он опустил руки в пепел, и теперь она измазана черным.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Да, он подождет. Шлем... О, шлем, который утопил ёбаный Куно. Снайперский прицел. Так, куда снайперский прицел делся? А, вот он. Обычный 30-мм снайперский прицел подходит к большинству моделей оружия калибра 4,46 со скользящим затвором. Использует неточечный прицел с обычным перекрытием. На линзу налипли водоросли, и за время своего пребывания в коллекции фазмида он явно пострадал от сырости. А вот и документы. Паспорт по оси, улика. Этот паспорт повидал мир, он весь заполнен визами. Выдан в Варанской республике, найден в гнезде фазмида на острове. Можно открыть паспорт, чтобы изучить больше. Погнали.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Стоп, это же ее настоящее имя.
Classia's hidden documents. From the empty boy.
Смотри фото.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Что он делал в гнезде фазмида?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Фазмид тащил ее, я это почувствовал.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
Ким уже просто. Ладно, все, что ты скажешь, насколько бы безумным это не было, видимо, сбывается, поэтому нахуй годы обучения полицейскому делу, блядь.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it, but to seek this out would be very unusual.
Работай ты, ладно, блядь. Да-да-да. Здесь сказано Катаржина Аласия.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept on lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now. Another detective.
Может, это ее настоящий паспорт, не поддельный, потому что это ее настоящее имя.
No, she lied to us. Her so-called real name was not her real name. Somehow she's managed to lie to us about that.
То есть она даже не Катажина, нихуя. Как же ее зовут на
I
самом
don't
деле?
know. But it was not Katarzyna Alasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith, or Klasia. Whoever she is, when we get back, I need to warn our holding cells. We need to double the security around her.
Окей. Как меня эта класса заебала, блядь, ты хоть слово правды можешь сказать, женщина? Так, с собой надо заканчивать.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Что-то мы деда сломали.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Послушай, как ты можешь его не видеть? Видеть, неотрывно глядя на тростник, он замолкает.
Mr. Duras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking.
Осторожно дотронулся до его плеча.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Duras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
Что у него нашло?
Old age and shock.
Думаю, в этом виноват Фазмид.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Я думаю, в принципе, у него крыша начала течь именно из-за Фазмида.
Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Он его не видел, Ким. Для старика это просто тростник.
It could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Duras.
Он прикасается к плечу
No
старика.
response.
Возможно, именно так Фазмиду удавалось оставаться незамеченным все эти годы.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Ты забываешь о его присутствии.
Mr. Duras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Когда я оценивал состояние, мне показалось, что его что-то стимулирует. Поэтому да, он в такие годы и живя отшельником, в принципе, мог выражать нормально мысли свои. Фазмид ушел, и все потекло.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Возможно, источником этой стимуляции был Фазмид.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
Лейтенант снимает очки, протирает их и водружает обратно, не отрывая взгляда от моря. Возможно, Фазмид подействовал на него на гормональном уровне.
You mean pheromonal?
Он кажется порой слишком похотливым для своего возраста. Да, наблюдать за бабой, проделать дырочку, как она там дрочит, трахается. Тебе, блядь, сколько, 80-70 лет, блядь?
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania. I see what you mean.
65. Я говорил с Фазмидом, он сказал, что разрушает старика.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Может быть, в любом случае, единственная цель Фазмида — остаться незамеченным, а деградация — лишь побочный эффект.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future.
А я взял и слезал там. Нормально, чё? Первый контакт. Я провел слишком... Очень много времени. Кто знает, как долго Фазмид был рядом.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe.
Он смотрит на всю записную
I
книжку.
have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report.
Лейтенант разочарованно качает головой. Отчет, конечно, получится тот еще. Слава богу, мы сделали фото.
No one would believe you without it.
Мы кое-что нашли в гнезде Фазмида.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him.
Мозгов нет
Perhaps you
разрешил.
should.
Мозги есть, они на бикрень, но они у главного героя есть. Причем побольше, чем у многих. Они просто работают неправильно. Дать ему керамический шлем. Ну, шлем отношения к делу не имеет, ну ладно.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, Diab would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Дать ему аранский паспорт.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
То есть, получаем так, что убил он Классе не по приказу кого-то, а просто, находясь здесь рядом с Фазмидом, у него крыша начала течь очень, очень сильно и очень быстро.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the course?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Окей, птички прицел.
I lost.
Я потерял, ты потерял
He
его?
turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid.
Лейтенант смотрит на поблескивающую в твоих руках линзу.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
Окей, пока
A
отдыхай.
plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Так. Ну, потекли отсюда. В этом сладковатом воздухе есть что-то пугающее. Фазмид. Ай.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
И что такое ОГМ?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
РГМ похож на РГМ и ревашорскую гражданскую
It
милицию.
does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
ОГМ трехбуквенное сокращение как МПС. Международная полиция сотрудничества. Гарантия порядка нормального течения дел.
That's just a coincidence, officer. The Cormail was founded in 32.
Наклоняется и рассматривает бочку. Белая звезда, указать на звезду на эмблеме.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
А эти точки тоже звезды?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Эта штука выглядит довольно древней. Что она до сих пор сделает? А о чем речь вообще? Какая штука? Я не пойму, о чем мы разговариваем на самом деле.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Ой, мы бочки осматривали.
The skiff is swaying on the waves.
Lex, we are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Ой, бля, чё, опять кому-то мозги стрелять?
Two men and a woman stand on the concrete square
Да,
of a
мужчина с
nameless
женщиной.
village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in.
Окей. Здравствуй, Жак Викмар. Поглядите-ка, что принесет течение, говорит человек без солнечных очков. Внезапно выражением его лица меняется, и голова склоняется на бок.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Пошел нахуй, Жан.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the whirling in rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Броня, кажется, она никого не смущает.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Да, я коп в чертовом экзоскелете.
Actually, are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Погоди-ка, ты человек в темных очках.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
Кто вы такие?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstar. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Стоп, ты чё, блядь, тот же под прикрытием полицейский.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Comar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
То есть у нас реально все это время был свой спецотряд, блядь, который просто нихуя не делали, вы тупые куски говна, блядь.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
Добавляя тон, возвращая голосу былую уверенность.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
Naughty boy!
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Спасибо, лейтенант.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Доброжелательно произносит она, едва изображая улыбку.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Что происходит?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
Ты, блядь, давай к делу приступай, не давай, я лучше пойду.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
Вы узнали, где меня
The
искать.
cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Развернуться в том направлении, где находится станция в трепе, и заорать. Будь ты проклят, управляющий кафетерием, больше ты меня не предашь. Понимаю, Гартман сказал.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
Я огнеходец! Ты говорил что-то о спецотряде.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
То есть что в нем состоит?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heidelstamm, and Guillaume Bevy.
Он просто смотрит на тебя.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Гражданское лицо.
Fuck you. You're
Fuck you.
part of this shit show.
Ага, во-первых, кто такой Гийом Беви?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit.
Ну, нахуй этого Гийома.
Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trent, because I'm forcing him to stay.
Я согласен, на самом деле нужно брать Кима, открывать агентство детективное и все. Эти куски говна не нужны. Ну, может, консультанта иногда позову. У него лицо такое, что может втереться в доверие кому угодно. Фак полицию! Детективы частные! Серьезно, вы нихуя, блядь, не делали все это время. Я тут пыхтел. Я даже побрился, блядь.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Гийом Беви случайно не блондин в темных очках? Вроде того, каким ты был.
See? There! He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, Angie baby. It was going to be funny. But then, you really did have brain damage. So, not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing for both of you.
Он действительно думал, что это вас двоих позабавит. Но... Ладно, чем это подразделение занимается?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Он же сказал, не желая продолжать. Так, Трент Хедлстам на самом деле оказывается внештатный консультант Трент Хедлстам.
Yes, I'm Trent Heidelstamm. I never said I wasn't Trent Heidelstamm.
Погоди, а что это был за ребенок?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Да ну, а как насчет занимательной истории? Ты шпионил за мной?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
И что же тут внештатно консультировал?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
Как ты назвал засранцем?
You. Shit kid, that's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
Ты вообще человек в темных очках? Ты даже не блондин.
Guilty as charged. I heard you lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Если бы ты был менее саркастичным, я, может быть, и узнал бы тебя.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to butter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Клиническая депрессия? Ладно, я заслужил.
Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day? Brain damage?
Опять меня развели все у другого. И где вы... О! Где вы были все это время?
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember.
Ходили нахуй. Нормально, то есть хоть как-то косвенно помочь мне с расследованием не могли. Он скрещивает руки на груди.
You told us to fuck off. You said we are cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
И почему вы бросили божественного
You
полицейского?
were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss, so we fucked off. Like you told us to.
Я ничего такого не помню.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pound, and so on.
Но я все это вспомнил с помощью помощи, конечно.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Погоди, социальной экономикой? Ты думаешь, что я настолько обнищал, что потерял память?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
У меня 126 рублей, сучка, а сколько у тебя?
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking Vredefort school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Ну, случилось нечто настолько печально, что я не мог остаться с собой. Это была защитная реакция. Я столько пил, что потерял память. Теперь я потихоньку возвращается. Будем, да вижу, со мной случилась печальная вещь.
Psychotraumatic amnesia? Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
Он ветеран, что... Ой, это все не в первый раз! Yeah.
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
То есть ты не помнишь, что забыл. Прекрасно.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the New World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
То есть напиться и все забыть, это был мой план. Это не случайно было.
What do you mean?
Well, here is my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
Делай широкий жест рукой.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world team, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trant, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Я готов снова руководить.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Or do we need to get him on the disability pension? Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Теперь мы будем стоять слабом. Стоять слабом. Серьезно?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Ну, карета. Я напился и утопил его в океане.
So refreshing. It just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property. That's coming out of everyone's payslip.
Я готов сразу же закинуть 100 рублей.
It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Вот он, мое удостоверение.
He squints at it, trying to ascertain if it's not a blue candy wrapper or a piece of vinyl.
Okay, and your gun?
What is it with all these material objects?
Phew, he has it. I thought it was in the ocean. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
Я не пьян, я все еще в завязке.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse.
Возможно, это из-за феромона.
Detective, please. Don't start talking about your pheromone again. This is serious. If you don't...
Она становится по условию.
Then you'll be fired. This is a hearing. Toughen up.
Нам пришлось иметь дело с настоящим трупом.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain Ruby, because you were too drunk to take her in.
Ты, Жан, вообще не в курсе, как к чему расследование привело, да? Угу. Ну, держи в курсе, ебало ослиное.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Она ничего не знала, невелика потеря для расследования.
Oh well, if you think she didn't know anything. I'm not even gonna get into the 80 other suspects you failed to arrest. Or the fact that you're Evrard Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff, that's nothing. That's compared to the 6 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an
Могли бы помочь,
execution,
серьезно.
not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Да, это была настоящая бойня, нас просто размазали. А где, черт возьми, был ты?
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't. You spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the last gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
Один раз ради секретного квеста, ну чё ты палишь, чел?
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official.
Ну я такой.
At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior.
Я полицейский, я должен быть как бы гибким в ситуациях.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these two points of view, I do not know, but he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the constant smoking everywhere, all the time. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I've seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Братишка! Уф!
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator.
Еще мотив.
Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation.
Ты покрыл Кима. Да!
He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the...
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Да, по моему мнению, феромоны, которые выделяет существо, вызовут психологическую деградацию убийцы.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
А ведь я мог пропустить этого фазмида, если бы не прошел красную проверку.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fight out the drunk.
Ждан убирает фотографию, а Жан продолжает ее уставшим взглядом.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Убийца Лилианович Дрос. Мы знаем, что у него серьезный мотив.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
По мамке. Матроне времени революции.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian, his Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed. but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Да, это стоило, что, нормально, Трент?
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Он убил наемника из ревности.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilyanovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years, 70 something?
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Это поможет мне вернуть Дору. Это мой шедевр, его будут разбирать в Академии для копов.
Masterpiece. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
И что?
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it. Chin up. Keep focusing on the positives here.
Так, предыдущий руководитель профсоюза дебардеров был убит нашим подозреваемым.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinez, where Everard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
Еще нашел труп на пирсе, раскрыл дело о пропавшем человеке.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in the boardwalk. Drunk.
Откуда вы знаете, что я его нашел?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Да, очень бы неплохо помешла бы ваша огневая поддержка во время перестрелки, суки.
Still,
3.
good work with the missing person, detective.
Как сказал наркотику отца Куна.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I
Куна
don't.
похуй.
You snorted the drugs. I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
Возьмет самка, у нее гнездо в тростниках.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female, and the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It's interesting time. Forget about the rest.
В своем гнезде Фазмид хранил собранные вещи, шлем, прицел и паспорт.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Я все равно думаю, что была самка.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
It could maybe roll it, like a dung beetle.
Мне кажется, его способ размножения партеногенез.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Фазмид мне сказал.
Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
То есть в итоге его жвало выглядит как волосы, внутри оно было абсолютно белым.
Yes, but also red-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Реклама для полиции. Спонсоры.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it,
Может, черную дыру в церкви. А еще организовал ночной клуб в церкви.
what was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
Ага, а еще я обнаружил сам доселе неизведанный антропогенический феномен 2-миллиметровую прореху в реальности.
That's great. Anthroponaut is a great new career for you. After police officer. I don't care. Go live in the Pale.
Ему похуй.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
Еще я расследовал тайну проклятой торговой зоны.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Рю де Сен-Геслен 10. Коммерческое здание, в котором банкротятся все компании, изучил этот вопрос.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
Но это дает мне опыт и квесты, и очки навыков. Тупая ты, ебальник.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Окей, ну что скажешь? Хочешь, чтобы эта горячая штучка вернулась, указать на себя?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
Еще целую кучу других вещей.
So I have to. Jude?
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Погоди, прежде чем мы пойдем, я хочу задать несколько вопросов о том, кто я
The
такой.
man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Вот будешь проходить, пошлешь. Так, я коррумпированный коп, который работает на Лапута Мадре?
No.
Нет, потому что подозреваемая, кажется, так думала.
You're too unstable to work for my boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Я такой, я коррумпированный. Нет.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Почему я такой?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Тебя звали Дора Дюбуа?
Dubois. It was Dora Ingalund, I think. You've said her name. But you weren't married. You were engaged.
То есть мы даже не были женаты?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
Когда это было?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 лет, блять, я по бабе сохну.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Силволь такая, ну ты, блядь, чел. 6 лет?
No, it was 6. Like ancient. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingalund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Кем она была?
Incredibly bangable.
Это так понятно.
Extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a welcome, basically.
Extremely fuckable. Gorgeous. Лучшее, что у тебя есть, это сила воли. Ну вот да, сила воли прям братан. Сила воли это второй Ким, который внутри меня. Ой, это так прозвучало.
Snow Welkin, Blonde Welkin, Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
А психиатр и психолог это разные вещи? Я сейчас думал, что это одна хуйня.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Кто я?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Это много объясняет.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
Коллекцию спортивной одежды Фал, которую я собрал.
The fact that you don't seem to know what homosexuality is, and your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics.
And this guy, too.
Психолог, клинический психолог, психиатр, психотерапевт — это 4 разные вещи с 4 разными методами. А можно было их по-разному назвать? Как-нибудь совсем по-разному.
God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
А почему я поступил на службу в РГМ?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
То есть это баба сделала из нас копа.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Когда это было? Когда я работал инструктором по
In your
физподготовке?
20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then.
В Куроне? Я был инструктором по физподготовке в Куроне?
Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue, the worn floorboards. Coudon is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings on with Kuno, Andre, Assel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Okay.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
41, что случилось?
Us? We're the bloody murder station. Haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Капитан Прайс? Который двери вышибает?
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station, and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Торсон Маклейн? Маклейн?
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though. Torson and
Легендарные персонажи? Я так понимаю, это легендарный дуэт.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We're garbage.
А DLC это?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
А Прайс?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Он случайно в последнее время не обстреливает церковь? А? Ну ладно, спрошу.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Случилось? Что нам там
Our
понадобилось?
enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Окей, то есть я живу в участке кровавых убийств.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only is us.
Клево, блядь, клево разделили, да? Один участок на один район и один на другой, такой же большой.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Фазмит, я должен как можно скорее рассказать о нем.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock.
Она криптозоолог, живет в Джемброке на Табору Роуд. Она рассказала мне про Фазмида.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Лейтенант Кисураги, что ты теперь будешь делать?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
О чем?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Он поднимает воротник и оглядывается по сторонам. Холодный весенний свет отражается в стеклах его очков.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCN. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Не хочешь заняться с этим в 41-м?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my...
Нет, я имею в виду заняться расследованием, переведись в 41-й.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit him. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the set. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to.
I do like the sound of that.
Achievement unlocked. Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi. О!
He's really considering it.
Я готов.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
О, похлопывание по плечу. Да пошел в жопу, Виктор. Вот так вот. Надо потом почитать, какие различия были между обычной версией и режиссеркой в плане контента. То, что озвучите диалоги-то это да. Сука, я в жизни тоже знаю такого Вихмара. Он с нами на маджон ходил. Он тоже пускай в жопу идет. Пошел в жопу, Вихмар. А на улице уже рассвет. 2:30 ночи. Апекс? Спатекс. Мыться и спать. Я 20 часов на ногах уже. Я сегодня проснулся 6:30 ночи. И поехал на работу. Сейчас уже 2:30. Я только что прочитал то, что Викмара озвучивает тот же чел, который озвучивает Куно. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Я все понимаю, но может это ускорить. Жулиан Кампено с Ким Куцураги. Интересно, они будут сейчас делать вторую часть? Или будет что-нибудь совершенно новое? А еще интересно, выживет у них идея с сериалом, который они планируют снять? Пойду покурю. Бесконечные субтитры, блядь. Окей. Особая благодарность Крису Авилону? Крис Авилон участвовал в разработке? Ха. Mankind be vigilant, will love you. Ух. Охуенно. А на этом все. Всем спасибо. Всем пока.